Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Charlie's Angels number 16. Holy moly. It's been a while. How is everyone doing today? Hey, Collie and Thomas and Jay. Hey, Stuart. Hey, Colin. Hey, PF Dennis. Hey, Michael. Hey, William. Hey, Malfrey. Hey, MakeRS. Hey, Jose. How is everyone doing? Who else do we have here? Maze and Option, Shammy, Lars, and Timo. I think I caught everybody. Hey, Kenneth. How is everyone this fine Saturday? We've got some much milder weather here in the Sacramento area. It's pretty awesome. I'm missing my other half. This is true. One day we'll be reunited. Hey, Andrew. Hey, Queasy Driver or Diver. Hey, Durdackle. One day we'll be back. Now we still have one more part, hopefully, of the VZBot build, but not 100% sure when that's going to be. So I have a new setup. I think I'm going to like it. It doesn't mean I want to stay over here. I still want to move to the other garage, but very close. Did I say, hey, Andrew, hey, Maurice, hey, Brian, 10,000 subs are in sight, just over 200 to go. I have a question. Is anybody here not subscribed? Because it's possible to be a member and not be subscribed. Hey, Steve. Hey, Apollo. I'm curious how many members are not subscribed. There's probably quite a number, especially gifted members. Especially gifted members. But, so, hey, Timo. Hey, Mr. Jada D. Hey, Tracy. So, yeah, anyway, I was talking about my setup. I changed things. I don't know if anybody saw my posts about it. Let's see what we can do here. I think everything's cool. Let me get a different angle here. I raised my monitors. Oops. I should probably tighten down the camera. Look at this. I raised them all up. So this is the monitor that I share. This is the monitor that I monitor the stream on. This is the monitor that I have other things on, like OBS and things like that. So I am excited to build a printer here and actually be able to see the monitors. So, hey, the GPs. Hey, Mr. Goodcat. Hey, Killer Prince and Cash 3D. I'm at 11-month gifted member. Awesome. Glad you're here, Brian. Any plans on 10K subs anniversary? I want to do something. There's nothing concrete. I know I have many folks that have offered to participate. So if the trends continue, this is only about a month away. So I think it's a pretty big milestone. It doesn't really mean anything other than just over 2 years of us hanging out and having fun. So you gave Adele a raise. Oh, yes. Well, it's actually, well, I have 2 Dells and an LG. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Tuxedo. Gonna need FAA beacons on them. They're so high. It's awesome. It's actually for standing height. This is really much more ergonomic anyway. So, I finished up fixing my belt pass for the SB mount on the VZBot, and I'm rerunning Input Shaper, and so far it's a lot better. I'm waiting to run Input Shaper on my VZBot until I get the Mellow ADXL setup. I ordered that with the little machine mount, and that's when I'm really going to hit the VZBot printing with it and stuff, because I really want to have it properly Input Shaper tuned before I really print a lot of things on it. Hey, Lucas. Hey, BBs. Hey, Alex. And thank you, Shammy. Hey, Derek. Hey, Joker Nut. By the way, in this shirt, are you S13V3? I'm not sure. I don't know if I hit the level to understand that. The chat window is cut off. It is. Can I fix that? Let me see if I can fix that. Does that fix it? Nope, that doesn't fix it. That doesn't fix it. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. It's gonna look a little weird. Would you ever make a water-cooled printer? I'm gonna water-cool the hot end on the VZBot. Hey, Chad. Let me see if I can fix the chat window. It's going to go blank for you folks here for a second. Let me see, where is that? I want that. Ah, that's why. There we go. It takes up a whole lot more of the screen though. Let me see if I can make that a little smaller. It's taking up too much space. Hopefully it's still readable. There we go. Okay, my ADXL thing arrived for me today and doesn't fit on CHT nozzles. Uh-oh. I just got my G2 installed on my V2. It's so good, and I'm building my second. Awesome. Just followed your video on aligning and squaring the gantry on my 2.4 before moving to the belts. Very good. Tracy, thanks for being a member for 16 months. Okay, today we are going to build Scott from Edge of 3D's drag racer. So there has been a competition. These started, what was it? Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival is when these started. I built the one in the background there for that. I didn't finish it. So I kind of took it because it looked the part, but it didn't have any electronics in it. I'm not super happy with some of the prints on it, some of the materials. So I've reprinted everything and redoing it. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to unbuild that one and use the parts and fasteners and rebuild it into the latest version. So, hey Patrick. I was surprised how much difference there was between the nozzle mount ADXL and the SB2209. Yeah. I've heard the nozzle mount is the way to go. I'm not a fan of any of them that clamp the sensor between the nozzle and the heater block, only because I really don't want to be heating up the hot end, removing the nozzle, letting everything cool down, put that in, tighten it up, run the test, heat it up, retighten the nozzle. It seems like a lot more of a pain. I'm really looking forward to trying out that Mellow machined one that clamps to the hot end. Now I hear in here that it's not compatible with all nozzles, but we're gonna give it a try. I think one of the side effects of my, I don't know if you can tell or if you notice, my setup here has chat way closer to the front-facing cam. So hopefully it looks like I'm looking at the camera more than it has in the past. I'm running Revo, so that's not an issue in my case. I made a printed clamp for Revo. It works on mini Stealth Burner, but I don't think it works on full Stealth Burner. I'm still testing that before I release it, but let's see. Hey, Nuno. Okay, so we have a bunch of printed parts and some electronics, and I scrambled last night running around trying to find enough things, all the electronics that I've had spread out for, since I planned to build that one. I had speed control. I was planning on using existing old RC motors that I have. Yeah, so now when let's shift gears here a minute. Hey, Pepin. Crazy color combo though. I like these colors. This is the electric blue PETG from Polymaker and the lime green PETG. Now the lime green I had used on the old one. This one I decided to go electric blue as a main color and then do the wings in the lime green. And then of course we have a parts tray to match. So let's bring up some info. So in the description is a link to the, oh, why did that do that? Hold on just a moment. I've got, which one is this? I guess that one? Yes, there we go. Okay. Oh, my setup changed a little bit. Can't build without a matching parts tray. Well, I have, but I don't like to. Hey, Andres. In the description is a link to a Google Drive that has all the files for this. I've downloaded those and extracted them into a folder here. So let's start with the basics. There are rules around these drag racers. Let's zoom in on this a bit. Okay, so top 3D top fuel dragster rules. The dragster frame, body, wings, and tires must be entirely 3D printed. Wheelbase is 980 millimeters and cannot be altered from the provided STL files. Hey, Major Gamer Geek. Motor must be a 540/550 size brushed motor. Now, what I was about to get to before is this rule here. I bought all my parts before these rules were in place. I had planned on doing brushless. So what that means is, in the next section here, I'm gonna be taking this brushless, but just be exhibition. Really, I don't care about prizes. It's all about the build. So brushless or brushed, I'm gonna have, I think, a little more fun building it brushless. So, hey, Kilroy. Max of a 3S LiPo battery. I will be running 3S. The brushless speed control I have supports it. So, and rear tire is a maximum diameter of 120 millimeters. I'm just printing the ones that are provided with a modification to the center pieces. Electric power only, no internal combustion engines of any type, and the car should remain 3D printed. I don't know what this means, because above in Rule 1, in the first section, it says everything, including the tires, must be 3D printed. But this, oh, exhibition class. Okay, so exhibition class says electric power only, and the car should remain 3D printed. You can do whatever you want with tires. I get it now. I get it. So our exhibition class will not compete, but we'll be able to run it up. If someone wants to run against it, I have no idea if this is going to be faster or not. I would be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not faster just by virtue of the brushless motor I use. So, let's see, and all the other things about the actual race and whatever. Did you ever watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners? Not that I recall. Not that I recall. Hey, Jaeger. So, I am going to get into it. And from what I hear, about 80% of the build is inserting heat set inserts. So let me get my handy dandy Vector 3D VLMP heating up. I still haven't swapped the iron on that. And we can just kind of hang and chat. So, ERRF is coming up. I will be there. I will have stickers. So if you find me for stickers. Oh, let's go here. I will have stickers. And this is a sneak preview. I don't actually have any over here, but I'm gonna, a partial sneak preview. As a Charlie's Angels member, or anybody who asks me about Charlie, I have an extra little thing for you. So I'm not gonna show it to you. It'll still be a surprise. But anybody who asks me about Charlie or is a Charlie's Angels member, I have something extra for you at ERRF. And I'll have them at the other events that come up. So, hey, Deanna. Let's see. So we have, let me gather things and kind of organize things. Here's the body. Now the body printed pretty well. This is the electric blue PETG from Polymaker. And I printed one first and it didn't really, the first layer wasn't great. So I did some flex testing on it and it broke across layer lines, which I was pleased with. It didn't just crack along, I mean, it didn't crack along layer lines, it broke across them. So, hey John, hey Brent, hey Panzerketten. Wanted to do this remurf, but my 2.4 wasn't ready, wasn't up to the task. So all of these parts are printed across various printers. The chassis parts are some Priline carbon fiber polycarbonate. that I printed on either the blue 2.4 here or the purple or the 80s theme Trident. The blue parts were all printed on my Mark IV. The rear wing was printed on the Mercury 1, and the front wing was printed on the Prusa Mini with the new input shaper firmware. I like the electric blue too, and I think the combination is pretty snazzy. And I did the concentric top infill on that too. But that turned out really well. This was printed on the Mark IV as well. Hey Eclipse. So that is heating up. I'm gonna gather up parts that need heat set inserts. So I think I'm just gonna start with the front. Let's go from the front back. I'm gonna grab my Noga Debur's kit, because that works really well for taking care of elephant's foot on bottom holes. So those heat set inserts will go in better. I'll just keep that out in case it's needed. Okay, so I've got a bunch of hardware here. I'm not 100% sure where everything is used, but we shall see. Oh, that's just there. Heat set inserts way over here. Got one in the front, and let's see if this is ready to go. Nope. Oh, because I don't have it plugged in. Oops. It was not preheating that whole time because it's not plugged in. Because I was redoing all my stuff around here. All the wiring got redone. Now it's on. So now we gotta wait some more. I can't wait to get my 2.4 built so I can print parts trays to build my 2.4. Nice. What's up, Charlie? He had to think about whether he wanted to lay down there for a minute. We will do Charlie treat time at some point during the stream. Huge shout out to Hector at Fabrico. I accidentally shorted my 3DO nozzle cam and he hooked me up with an amazing discount on a replacement. Nice. That's awesome. Doesn't have to do that if you did it yourself, but Hector's a good guy. I need to design and print a case for my deburring tool set. Yeah. Hey, don't knock it. Yeah, I don't know if we will finish this. I've got kind of a hard cutoff for the end of stream. I am going to pick up my new iPhone from the Apple Store at early this afternoon. So I'm excited to get that before the trip, just so I can play around with the camera. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Bellant. We try to help where we can. Glad to hear folks having such great stories. Yes. See how this is doing. Let's see if we can get these in here yet. I think Scott's intending to show up at some point during stream. That'll be good. There we go. What, that sits there at an angle. I'm gonna grab, what am I gonna grab? Grab a 1, 2, 3 block. And that way that all sits square. What do we got? I'm hoping to get mine done next month. Which system do you print your TPU on? Generally, I stick with the Prusa, only because I have it. I have not. I've done a little bit of TPU printing on the Vorons, but mostly I print ABS in those. I don't even do PLA much on the Vorons. Nice taste, what color? So electric blue and lime green from Polymaker PETG. Is there an event where you race this dragster? So ERRF, East Coast Rep Festival. I'm departing for there on Thursday and we'll be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I am volunteering, so I'll be there for setup and takedown. Voron is not having a table this year, so that, oops, that one needs to go in a little more. So I'll be a nomad. I will be a nomad. Okay, so that one, I think that's all the heat sets into that piece. And then it looks like we've got 2 in the front, 2 here, and 2 here. So this one I'm just gonna have to hold to the correct spot. Correct angle. What are you using for electronics? I'm gonna use a Hobby Wing quick run censored brushless controller, speed control. This is not spec, so I need to run in the exhibition class. Brushed motors is spec. And then I'm on the fence. I have a few motors here. We'll talk about those when we get closer to that. Oh, what was talking about the iPhone. So what was that? What color? I got the Pro Max in blue. I got the Pro Max in blue. 512 gigs. I exclusively print ABS near 100%, but I want to print some fitted parts in TPU for things like peg holes for dowels to fit snug in as retention parts, stuff like that. Nice. Trident parts on the way, going to the dark side. Nice run. Yeah. Okay, so like I said, this is going to be a heat set stream. Blame Scott. But that's good. I like having the metal threads to thread into. Especially for things like these parts that could be, there, I can go into the side on that one. There are going to be some spots where it's not possible to put heat sets, multiple heat sets. Let me slap Scott with a large trout. Nice. I'm upgrading from a 13 Pro Max. So I generally upgrade every other year, depending on what the updates are. Like I didn't update to a 12 from the X. I skipped the XS and the 12 and then went to the 13. But I'm debating between titanium and black, but the blue looks good too. Dying for that camera. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping to really like the camera. I just received a 15 Pro in blue yesterday. So far, it's a very nice phone. Good upgrade from the 13 Pro. Nice. Let me grab a different extension cord because, can I do it? Yeah. Because I need to hook up I need to use the heat gun and I'm using that power for the soldering iron. So let me get this plugged in so I can get the heat gun out so I can get rid of the marks on the bottom of these parts, the stress marks. Oh, I had it plugged in. Never mind. Ah. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. It's too thin. You see where it's deforming the plastic? Oh yeah. Let's not do that. What I would do instead, if that's the case, the bottom's too thin. I'm gonna try to, yeah, there we go. It's good. What I would do instead in that case, if I had time, is I would put it on a heat bed and just turn the temperature up to 100 degrees and let it sit there for a while. I didn't realize those were so thin down there. That's okay. I'm not gonna worry about it then. You'll never see it. Needs a cordless heat gun. It's changed my life. I know DeWalt makes one, and I gravitate towards DeWalt because that's what I have most of my portable tools in. So it keeps the chargers to a minimum. Okay, so that one is done. Next, it looks like just 2 in the front on this one. Yeah, that's still on. 2 in the front. Did you disable noise cancellation? Usually I cannot hear you using the heat gun. Let me see. It's possible that I didn't turn it back on. Oh yeah, oops. There, is that better? I did disable it. Last stream, we must have done something. I didn't turn it back on. My bad. Hey, Ed. I have their AOB. It's fantastic. I picked the DeWalt stuff because when I bought it, it was one of the, not all of the brands had brushless available. And that was one of my criteria for my drill and impact driver set, was getting the brushless version. Doesn't get super hot, but cordless is amazing. Charlie treats. Oh yeah, good call, Maurice. That's probably why. Hey, Lucas. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this one. Hey, Nathan. Just making sure I'm getting them under flush. Okay, what kind of cat treats is Charlie allowed? Charlie is allowed any cat treats I could possibly find that he likes right now, because nothing's gonna hurt him. I mean, to be honest, he likes these sensations or temptations, whatever they're called. Yeah, temptations. He really likes those. How fast do these dragsters go? Pretty fast. I don't know what actual speed, but they go fast enough to be potentially difficult to control. Okay, this has several pieces. I'm gonna do a quick deeper under there because I think those go very under flush. Yeah, those go all the way in there. Any particular reason why you use PETG instead of ABS or PLA? Because the parts are thin wall and they need to flex to get onto the to interlock. And I didn't want PLA or, well, I didn't want PLA because I didn't want it to get hot and warp. and I didn't want ABS because I needed that extra layer adhesion. Like I said, the layer adhesion on these parts was excellent. I flexed this one and it broke across the layer lines instead of with them. So, hey Phil. Oh. You mod your clamp for the soldering iron holder on the heat insert press. I did. For this one, I removed the little rubber grip on the iron, and then I modeled a special clamp that has actual screws that actively clamp. I was getting some flex in between the iron and the piece, so I figured I'd just do that to eliminate all of it. I rolled mine. I have not actually run one of these, so this ought to be fun. A bunch of heat sets here, so let's go this one. I don't want to put too much pressure on this one because I don't want it to flex that piece too much. I could share the STL, sure. It's pretty specific to this iron, which this iron I do not recommend. If you want the STL or even the step file for it, shoot me a message on Discord and I'll post it, no problem. Looks like 2 more inserts into the sides. So, hi Charlie. Come up here and say hi. He is not jumping well. He's definitely getting more unsteady. His back legs are having a little more. Oops! Shoot! How can I fix that? I went too far. Here. Let's see. Let's heat that up. There we go. That'll be fine, but I went a little too far. Brushless, a little too much power, no grip on smooth concrete. Yeah. I'm not going to go crazy on the brushless motor on this, I don't think. I have some options. Those don't have a back, so it was easy to push all the way through. So, but that'll be fine. It just holds the body on. There we go. These go in a little deeper. Get that out of the way of your rear because you tend to leak. Okay, so that one goes there. That's perfect. Go. Hey Ludwig. A slight side note, what crimper do you use for JST connectors? JSTs, I use the iWis or iCrimp 2820M. iWis 2820M. Okay, so those are all in. I think that's all the heat sets I need for this. See, Charlie is inspecting. Yep. Love me some iWis. I am generally very pleased with the iWis stuff. So this is the pinion gear, and it looks like it has 4 heat sets on the back. Does the work pass inspection? Well, he's relaxed, so. Okay, so that is those. Is there any heat sets in? I think these all thread into plastic. Oh, there might be some on here on the uprights, which I actually may end up reprinting because I grabbed the Priline PC CF for these, and it's a much lighter shade than the other bits of the frame. But oh, that almost fits, but not quite. Oh, sorry, Charlie, I would have let you down. Let's move this up a little bit. Stopper on here. There we go. Now I can fit it. Hey, Sean. I heard you got soaked on your bike ride. I absolutely love running in the rain. I will seek it out, but a bike ride in the rain doesn't sound as fun to me. Generally, when you slip, it's a whole lot further down. Oh, I could have put the whole thing on the 1, 2, 3. You're right. That is smart. But I've got enough travel here. Okay, completely soaked through. Tomorrow would be better, just high winds. Ooh, that's a toss-up for me. I hate winds. I have no problems doing like hills, all that, but when the wind is what's holding me back, whew, that's not fun. Hey, Chris, welcome. Hey, Laura. Hey, Stefan. Okay, is that it? Oh no, I got this piece. I should have known. That was too few. That was too few of heat sets. Should have known I had more. Rally build. Be sure you have coffee. Really? I do have coffee. Have you folks seen the new 3D sets model? We all just keep telling ourselves that it's for a good cause. Mm-hmm. Have you folks seen the new 3D sets model? I want to build one. Here. 3dsets.com. Hey, Necrogami. So check this out. 3D sets is, oh, they've changed it. It says car and boat models now. Because they have a boat. Look at that thing. A little jet outboard boat. Isn't that cool? I don't do boats either, but a 3D printed one, and I've got a pond just down the street. You know, I look at this, so much of this stuff, I look at it for the build. Not necessarily for using it, because that's my MO. I build and then sometimes use. But this with the little a little jet outboard, and the way it works is it sucks water in from the bottom with a brushless motor here and shoots it out this hole. And sometimes unbuild. But 3D Sets does such a good job with their models. It makes me want to build all of them. You need to get a merch store too. Just got my ModBot stuff and love it. I do need to. But they do such a good job with these models. I have most of their little, yeah, there's the, and you can put 2 of these motors back here. They have an option to put 2 of them. Let's see what else we have. There's the electronics is super simple, all within easy reach there. It's got a trailer. It's really cool. I have most of the parts printed for this guy, this mini rescuer, just because I thought it was really cool. Yeah, it's actual radio control drivable boat. They're developing quite a library here of offerings. Remember, we did the Sandy on stream quite a while ago, almost a year ago, huh? I actually stole the receiver out of that for this because I couldn't find all the stuff I wanted, so I stole the receiver. This is 3dsets.com, Necrogami. Here, let me grab that. Put it in chat. There you go. I own the Model 7 buggy files. I own the Sandy. I own the Bugster, because I have a friend who wanted to build that. And I have the Mini. So at some point, I do want to print one of the off-road models, but it's all plans. Do they or anybody else have turnkey hardware kits? Not last time I checked, but I don't know if that's changed. Anyway, that is brand new. They just announced that like yesterday. I think upcoming Charlie's Angels stream will probably build that little rescuer car. And the boat at some point, just because I want to build it, and I'll go run it on the pond. Okay, is that all of them? That's those. I think that's all the heat sets. That was not as bad as I was led to believe. Hey, Scott. I'll be back home in an hour and pay attention. Awesome. I might have it built by then. There's a vendor on AliExpress that sold screw kits and some other parts. RC printer has hardware kits for a lot of the 3D Sets models. Awesome. That's good to hear. Last time I checked, I couldn't find anything really. Can we have a vote for which one first, the boat or the car? Well, I have the car almost done printing. So I started printing that mini rescuer right after the Prusa Mini. I think I did that on a Charlie's Angels stream, right? We played with the Prusa Mini. Well, I started printing that on the Prusa Mini. I'm probably going to finish it on the Prusa Mini, but with the new input shaper firmware stuff. Here, let's see. Since we don't have anything pinned, let's do I can't do a poll? Oh, start a poll. There we are. 3D Sets, car or boat first? car and boat. Start the poll. There we are. We got a poll. Dang notifications. Hey, Arthur. So if anybody happens to not be aware, my Discord has customized notifications. You have to go to the channel and then you react if you want to get Charlie's Angels or regular Steve Build Streams notifications. I never do at everyone. I don't do at here. Those are not going to happen on my Discord. At least I can't foresee a situation where those would happen. You opt in to notifications and then you can get pinged on Discord. Will we see you driving the boat? The only way to see driving the boat is in a video afterwards. What is the Discord? I don't have a link. I think I have a custom invite link. Let me see. Server settings. Custom invite link. Yes, I do. That's really... Oh boy. Okay. There we go. There's the invite link to my Discord. New iPhone Live. Awesome. I get mine this afternoon. CAD only because it's almost printed. Car. That's a good Discord policy that everyone tags drove me nuts and I never allowed. That was kind of my goal with the thing. The whole purpose really of my Discord is so people can ask me direct questions without DMing me. And somewhere where I can kind of, there's a Poke Steve channel, for instance. And then notifications to try to just give another option since YouTube notifications are very spotty. So yeah. So the opt-in notifications is kind of a must for me. I didn't make the Discord live until I had opt-in notifications working. Okay, where are we at? Let's start putting the frame together, I guess. I don't know if I should put like the front half of the frame and get the steering going. Let's do that. Actually, we need to shift gears to the unbuilds. The unbuilds part of the stream, because I need stuff for this. So let's start taking this thing apart. Is that? Oh, we're at boat. Boat has a slight edge. Okay, let's see here. Let's put this over here and just start taking things apart. That is where the tray will come into play. I dropped it. Okay. Okay, so we have some pieces here. I think I'm going to keep those together because that kind of tells me where these came from. We got wheels. Oh, the silver here is actually ABS. It's the Hatchbox paint-free silver. It's similar to the gold that I've shown you that's on my red V0. It's supposed to be a little more shiny, shimmery. It looks better in person, and I over extruded a little bit, but whatever. Got myself a set of new Bontag, and I can't wait to rebuild the Clockwork 2, but can't because the new cat is still isolated in my office. Oh, oops. We'll let that poll go to the end of the stream and see where it's at. How many people do we have here? We have 92 people. Okay, these tires, the front wheels use skateboard bearings, 608s. And then this is a part. So I'm just going to toss these to the back here. Do the other side. Too close to go, I'll have to do them simultaneously. Welcome, Bob. So I'm going to keep these together just so I know how that goes. What? Do. Yep. So who else here that hasn't mentioned it before is going to be at ERRF? Or Smurf? Or any of the maker fairs that I'm going to be attending coming up? Bob, have we met in person? If we haven't met in person, let's be sure to meet. Just ERRF for me? Nice. Thunder Keys, I will be at ERRF with several printers at the West 3D table. Awesome. My wife and I are attending OC Maker Fair. Awesome, I'll see you there. Smurf all the way. I'll be at ERRF. I will be at ERRF, including an LDO Trident 300. Nice. I'll be at Smurf. I'll be at ERRF. We have not met. Awesome. Then let's meet. I'm planning on going to OC. Cool. I will be there at the LDO booth. So Voron and LDO are kind of sharing, or I guess LDO is sharing their booth with us. And by us, it's basically me. But I'll be representing Voron at OC Maker Fair. I'll be taking several of my printers. Bring my Voron door to Smurf so you can sign it. Cool. Okay, so that spoiler is still very usable, I think. So I'm going to keep that as a spare. Sadly, I have to miss ERRF and Smurf, but I'll be at Rocky Mountain. Yes, I will definitely. I will be driving to Rocky Mountain next year. I can't make any. Can't move, so I can get a dedicated 3D printing room. I can't wait to move, yeah. Dedicated space is nice. I have an EBB42 can. Any ideas where the heatsink goes? Can't find any pics. I don't have a clear picture in my mind of what that looks like. Excited to meet you and Jason. Hope he will talk ship about some applications at work. Oh, I'm sure he would. Jason's always interested in new opportunities. Driving to Rocky Mountain, that's a 16-hour drive for me. Got to be a lot more for you. What region are you in, Bob? Where is my screwdriver set? Where? Oh, there it is. What region are you in? Oregon, Mid-Valley. Oh, okay. So yeah, Sacramento area is about 18 or 19 hours for me. But I'll have company. Come on. Should be popping off of there. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna leave that assembled too. Oh, there's more heat sets I should have put in. I need to put heat sets in here. Let me get that heating up. I'm still considering Smurf, but not sure if I want to do it myself. do it to myself. Getting a dedicated workshop when I move too. I'm excited, but have to wait till spring to work on the shop. I'm making progress on my shed, which is going to improve my workshop situation here. I got the electrical permit was approved. So I like this Hodo. I really like that it's a manual forward and reverse. The thing that I wish it had was variable speed. I don't really care so much about, it has variable torque, 3 settings here. That's not as important to me as having variable speed. Pooch is always good for a long conversation, though he's not a fan of road trips. I think he likes to fly, right? We'll do a 3D printing workshop at work next month, 4 printers and 12 people. That sounds fun. I love explaining 3D printing to people who are interested, especially at work. If it had variable speed, it would have to have input shaping too. Okay, so I think this will come off of there now. Just gonna set this off to the side. Then I didn't, oh, that's where my extension was. I grabbed a bunch of wire to make a servo extension and didn't realize that I had it already in here. Neat. Let's pull that out. What driver is that? Hey, William. Couple of self-tappers in here for the servo. It's a really nice tool. Do you have the precision as well? I think it's even better, honestly, though obviously for stuff that is mostly smaller than Voron deals with. Oh, they have a precision version? A smaller version? Is this what you're talking about, Arthur? Okay, so this, I'm just going to unplug this for now. This comes through here. A micro servo here. And then comes out here. Okay, so that's going to go like that. This comes off of here. Need a fun RC project to do with my boys. If you have the ability to print all the parts, these 3D sets models, the modelers at 3D sets, I'm very impressed with the things that they do to make things either printable completely without supports or modeling in supports. Daniel, welcome. Dutch dude, welcome. Okay, so that is going to be there to that one. So I think I can just go ahead and thread those two together of the new parts. So this is going to go here. And those look like flathead screws and probably a little longer than that one. That one. And I haven't used this a ton, but I haven't charged it yet either. Now these are threading into plastic, so I'm being careful not to put too much torque on it. And with this Hodo, I tend to let the driver, I hold it relatively loose and let the driver roll in my hand when it gets close to tight as kind of my extra torque control. Something I am noticing is a little bit of a elephant's foot on my parts here. There's no bottom facing chamfer, Scott. I need to put a chamfer on the build plate surface on these. Let's see how this works. Yeah, that worked pretty good. What do we have? Printed the Galileo 2 parts for the standalone extruder. Nice. I am liking it. I have, what have I printed on it? I have it on my other Trident, and it has printed some of these black parts and then parts for other projects I've been working on. It has torque control built in. Is a low torque setting still too high for this? I would imagine, because I'm stopping before it's kicking in. Close pull. Oh, very close. The 51%. Okay, so just cleaning. I think I'm going to clean all of these parts up. I think I'll just do it right now since I have this out. Just a little bit of elephant's foot on all these. We'll just assemble better if I get rid of these. Need to shorten the stepper wire and cut a new PTFE tube. Did they say you should close the pull, or is it a close pull? Well, I'm going to leave it open until the end of the stream. That's what I decided. I think the comment was that it's a close pull. It's at 51% in favor of the boat. I could probably set up a big enough tub in my shop here to do some potential to make a big mess. Making a big mess as it is right here. Where is the link for that screwdriver? You search for HOTO on Amazon. You will find it. HOTO. $100 votes, 50-50. How many people do we have here? 95 people. That means we've had people coming and going, which is perfect. Wish I'd seen the Hodo vacuum duster before I bought the Bissell version. I haven't seen that either. Yeah, I think this is a good idea to do this. This is going to make assembly a little better. I might even pull those front pieces apart, and I think they'll fit together better if I redo them. Last. Oh, one more. Okay. I think that was it. Make sure. Hey, Aaron. Let's see. Lots of shavings. You can build half of both. We're right there. What are you? Oh, dropped a link. Is my eyesight getting worse, or is the chat smaller today? For member streams, I can't extract chat from the chat window. I have to do a window capture. So hopefully that's readable. It takes a lot of screwing around with the settings to get that right. Okay, I'm gonna take this apart because I wanted to deburr those bottom edges. Build that van with a boat that pulls out of the back end. Yeah, member streams, the way YouTube works is the for some reason I can't display. I don't have access to the chat. I don't know what the actual reason is, but it never works, and it's because it's a member stream. So the best workaround I've found is to just capture the window. Now, the reason that I have it on display chat is if for any reason someday I have to edit the stream video, YouTube removes chat. It's no longer available to see. So this keeps the chat record. Now I try to do a reasonably good job of repeating what people are asking, so you don't necessarily have to be paying attention to chat as well, but I'm absolutely not 100% on that. Okay, I think that will be better. This boat should not make any dents in the garage door. Well, I mean, I guess we'd see. It's a good visualization of the chat delay as well. Yeah. Steven, I reminded someone that they wanted you to build one of these. Yeah, that's a lot straighter. It was causing it to be a little off kilter. I shared a video of a van boat on Discord if you haven't seen it before. Cool. I'll check that out later. Okay, I think gonna go on here, but I think I need to kind of build this kind of in place. So let's put the servo in first. Send this up through here. Just like that. Both awesome and ugly at the same time. PF Dennis, half a boat. Thank you. Thanks, PF. Appreciate that. I will absolutely apply that to the boat. It just released. I haven't purchased the files yet, so that's good. Good, perfect timing. Okay, so now tuck that servo wire off to the side there, and I will probably run a couple of pieces of, maybe I'll do that right now, a couple of pieces of VHB tape, I think, to just hold this down. I think I would put washers on all those screws through the bodywork. It would help prevent them pulling through the plastic in a crash. That would. I'm probably not going to, though. I'll acknowledge it's a good idea. I'm probably not going to. Okay, little tiny pieces of VHB here that I'm going to put on the bottom of the body to anchor the tape to. And the other half of the boat. Thanks, Fabrico. Or thanks, Shammy. I look at the screen and my mouth says what I see. Sometimes I catch myself, sometimes I don't. They didn't integrate a channel and built-in clips for the wiring. That's okay. Here to rep both. So then just leaving enough slack there. Push that into the VHB tape and that'll hold it well enough, I think. Now I'm gonna have to transport this in halves. I'll have to have it broken in half, or not broken, but disassembled, because I'm planning on checking this. I have a big duffel bag I'm gonna put it in, and I'll do it on checked luggage. Hey, TT. Tin rails and cable raceways. Okay, so that's there. That means that now this can go on. And it uses two, how long is the screw going into there? So we have a button head, probably something like that. So that's gonna go into there. Let's just hand tighten this. ERRF showed the newer files integrated a hinge so it folds in half. What? Let's see. I've got files, got frame components. This is all the latest stuff. 2-piece tires, belt drive, frame components. There's no hinge. Don't ship it? Well, it's got to go in checked baggage on the plane. This is all the latest stuff. I just downloaded it. I don't see anything here. Anyway. Okay. Okay. So then we got to do heat sets here. And I already had this preheating. So 2, 3. Go. How long is that thing? It's very long. Okay, so I think this, oh yeah. So there's a pattern. The center one is offset. That tells us where that goes on the bottom. So that's gonna go in there like that. And then probably some relatively short flathead screws. Did I hear, I think it's 40 something inches long in total. Go. And then this whole assembly, I think, can go on. So I've got freshly printed versions of these. I just left this together as a reference. So that one goes there. That one goes there. How long is this? It's about that long. So I need whatever screw is about that long. Maybe not that one. What is that length? Got about probably a 16 millimeter. 3 by 16. There we go. Grab 2 of these. Hey Kyle, what TPU do you use for the front and rear tires? Oh, I used Polymaker TPU 90. When I pull those apart, I'll show you some changes between what was and what is. Okay, so this is going to go in here. I think I'm going to put a couple of washers in here. I don't know if it's called for, but I'm going to use some washers. I'm going to use some nylon washers. Hey, Joel. Okay, so I'm going to use some nylon washers here. They're just they're thin. I don't think they're going to make any difference other than help. I'm on either side of here. It's stiff enough. I don't know. There we go. Is that correct for the... Oh, they're modified a little bit. Yeah, I think that's correct. You know I was doing that deliberately now? Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't think we believe you, Nuno. Parts are a little awkward to hold. Hey, Ned. Member for 3 months. Thank you. Hello. There is a little bit of a modification to these parts from last time I printed. There's an extra little bit to the steering arms here that I think lines things up better. I feel like I might have these on the wrong sides now that I look at it and the way things are angled. I think I might have them on the wrong sides. Let's see if we can open the CAD for this and confirm. Let me start up Fusion 360. Hey, Sanity. Let me start this up and bring up the files and we'll check it out. So how does the member stream work with multiple streams? No way you'd plan to do this in a single sitting. So for something like this, similar to, when was it? For ERRF last year, I did a stream kind of starting to get the Death Racer together. I didn't finish it, but I had to finish it before the event, so we didn't cover the finishing of it. So we'll get as far as we can here today. And I mean, just hang out and build it, and hopefully I can finish it and get it ready and take it to ERRF. Oh, we're back to the car. Let me bring up the files. When is ERRF? This coming weekend. 1 week. 1 week from today. Okay, let me bring this over here. Bring this up. So we have Fusion 360 here. CAD file. We got the CAD file for this. Cannot open. Oh, Fusion is updating. Fusion is updating. How is the progress? Job status, 35%. It's behind chat. We gotta wait for that to get done. I'll send a drone from Indiana. If it survives like the weather balloon before getting shot down, I should be fine to attend remote. 50%. Yeah, the assembly on this should go relatively quick. I've got time for a 4-hour stream today. I don't know if everybody else does, but I have time for a 4-hour stream. Is that 60%? Newest internet craze, Google Earth. Well, at least you can bend to tie shoelace. That's a win. Yes. Tennis elbow is no fun. I'm still feeling it. I'm still feeling it. 77%. Burning solder. I have nothing but time. Do 88%. Does Google tell you your average stream length? I don't think so. But I was maintaining a spreadsheet of streaming hours. That might be a fun trivia question if I do a 10,000 subscriber special stream. It'd be interesting to know. I've done 137 or so streams, and they probably average at least 4 hours. 4 hours plus average. Hey, Lewis. So what is that? That's a lot of hours. Is there any news progress on ERRF v2? I haven't kept up on it at all. 98%. What is here? 137 times 4. So that's at least 548 hours. That's not right. I've done more than that. Welcome back, Scott. You're just in time for us to get the CAD file open because I wanted to verify. I think I have the front arms on the wrong sides. I think they go on the other side because they are offset. And then I was looking at the angle of the steering link. I think these go to the other sides. Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and open the file in CAD anyway to show it. Which means I had them wrong on the old assembly. I had them wrong. This was my original build. They are on the wrong sides. Okay. Come on, 98%. I guess I'll get to doing this since the man himself has confirmed. Now, do you see any problems, major problems I'm going to introduce by putting some nylon washers here on either side of these screws? I thought it was a good idea. I use metal washers. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I am using way too long of a screw. I just realized. I'm using way too long a screw because I could see the screw in the hole that the wheel's supposed to mount to. So let's pull this up and double check how long of a screw I should be using here. Probably a 12, not a 16. So let me switch that out. Switch that out to some 12s. Oops. If it makes you feel better, I put the front end together backwards on BTT's Dragster this morning. That does make me feel a little bit better. Some fine adjustment here. Go. Other side. Okay. Restart Fusion. Hey Steve, we are building the drag racer, designed by none other than Edge of 3D here in chat. So Scott here has a YouTube channel that I have a link in the description. Everybody should go check it out. Subscribe. Go. Always have time for you when you stream. Always drawing while I watch. Awesome. Is there any rules on the tires, like if they can be real rubber or not? They have to be printed. Unless you're in the exhibition class, then it's a little more open. Okay, so we wanted to at least show in the CAD since we were already there. Let's open up the CAD. Andrew, $10. Thank you. Has anyone ever developed a filament auto feed system for a printer without an MMU? And if not, would it be problematic? I'm considering making one. I've thought about that too, Andrew. It would be kind of neat to have something that fed, you just put the filament in the end of the guide tube and it runs it to the tool head, but then disengages. I haven't seen anything like that that's just meant to be single filament stuff. So this is where we are, and this confirms the oops. Ooh, all kinds of positive camber there. But yeah. Wonder if a guy can make real inflatable ones. Like a single ERCF, yeah, basically. Okay. So that goes there. And then I've got all these parts for a printable, servo saver. And I'm not 100% sure how this goes. I do have a regular servo horn here as well. I think this would go on here. And then this would go on here. But then this little spring in here goes somewhere. How does this go? What do we got here? There's a project similar to that. I'm trying to create a feed and rewind for multiple spools. Servo saver, and so far I've not had good luck with the design. Okay, so we skipped the servo saver. That's what I'm hearing. I'm going to grab my old servo horn here because it appears, I know it fits. Round base goes on, the spring goes on top of the round base, then the horn part goes over the top of it. But you haven't had good luck with it, right? So I'm not going to mess with it then. Let me deburr this. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm just going to put this guy back on. Now the problem there, I guess I can fix that later, is the servo isn't centered. So when I go to set this up later, it will need to get centered. I keep meaning to go back and work on the design some more, but I find myself in China and without time. I don't blame ya. Okay, so 2 of those, and I'm gonna go with the nylon washers again. Where did I put those? Did I bring them up here? Yeah. So a washer here. Goes through here, and then here, and then I'm going to go with another washer, and then into this piece. Use my, there we go. Go. Huh. That puts quite a little angle on those, but that's okay. What size screw are these? Probably another 10 or 12 millimeter. We have here. Let's go 12s. Might stick out a little bit, but that's okay. And more nylon washers. I think it's a good idea. Oops. I'm not doing a good job of showing this on camera. There we go. Awesome. Which is way worse? What's way worse? $12mm. Go. It steers. Okay. I'm not going to put the tires on yet, but I wanted to get this assembled because all this kind of gets assembled around the body. So let's go to the next body piece. Goes in there. We have screws here, so let's pull this apart. We'll unbuild at the same time as we're building. Really want to build a Trident, but I've never been able to justify the expense. I have a V2 that is more than enough for what I print. After seeing the print time for 3D sets model, I may reconsider. Yeah, definitely the biggest efficiency, not in cost, but in time, is multi-printer. Spread your print job over several printers. A Steve rebuild string, yes. I am much happier with the new body pieces too. Okay, so this should come off of there. Yeah, these turned out pretty good. I'm pretty sure these were done on my Mark III. Prusa Mark III. Okay, then we've got these. So we're just gonna kind of work our way back. I'm not sure that that was the right length for those, so. I feel like I've got too short of screws for these. Maybe. Let's see. No, I think they're right there. Just at the right length. Okay, so that means these go right into here. 135 votes so far. We have 106 people. This doesn't have a whole lot of threads into there. I feel like I could get an extra thread by going a little longer on these. They may poke out, but I'll get an extra little bit into the plastic. So these are 12s. I may not have a better option. Okay, I don't. This is what I go with. I wonder if on a revision, Scott, if you just let these flatheads sink in a little more so we get full plastic engagement on the inside part with 12 millimeters. They need to be under flush anyway, right? Just a little bit less chance of stripping them out. That manual torque control. Just gonna make sure I got these all. Never had any interest in RC cars, but now I'm looking seriously at 3D sets buggy. Be a blast to race this along the beach here in Oregon, for sure. There's a lot to be gained by paying attention to the suspension on those though. Get something that you have or get a variety of springs, and then actually tune the oil and the shocks for a good ride, a good height. Okay, I'm gonna plug in the servo extension here, and I'm going to attach it on these in this section, and then some section. Yeah, I think this is the section here where I'll split it for transport. But for now, I'm gonna actually attach this within this one. Just a little bit like I did in the last piece. There's a little bit of VHB here. I'm just gonna stick the tweezers good. Stick the wire to the VHB as a anchor. Tomorrow, we are back at the V0 build, the Bowden and RepRap firmware V0. I've got to spend the rest of today actually refreshing where I'm at on that. So now that'll kind of stick in there. Be down for a farm and construction equipment kits like this. There is a open builds or open RC tractor. Have you seen that? Arizona Cowboy? Have you seen the open builds or I keep saying open builds, the open RC tractor? I've printed it, but I never made it move. I just printed it and assembled it. I'll have to go back. I think I missed finalizing the VZ. We have one more VZ stream that Daniel and I are going to do. We're kind of wrapping it up, but his schedules is meaning that we'll do that a little later, which is fine. It's fine. There's a motorcycle now. Neat. I wouldn't be surprised if 3D Sets does a motorcycle at some point. Okay, can this body piece go on now? So this should go in here, and it kind of angles in, right? not super, this isn't super fun to do this without snapping things. But I think this, there we go. Kind of snaps, slips in like that. Oops, I can't do that yet. I got to attach the next piece. Never mind. There we go. The next piece. Where'd it go? Okay. So let's salvage some screws. Just had a thought when you mentioned the V0 build. Have you considered a CAN bus for it on the AB? No, because they're right there. There's no distance to them. Also, I'm running RepRap firmware with the Duet stuff. So our regular CAN boards aren't going to work with that. It would make for some very clean, very minimal wiring. Want to. Yeah, I get it. There's a whole lot more to it than just want to. It's because we can. I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean that when I said it. Hey, pushing plastic. That one stripped. That took no torque. No ugga-duggas to strip. Let's see something. Well, I want that to come apart easily, so I'm not going to do anything about it. Never mind. This will be an interesting thing to take apart when I go to get ready to transport. There we go. It goes like that. And we start putting in a bunch of screws. Some short screws for body. I think these next ones need to be a little longer, right? Probably these. Button heads, button heads. Ooh, I'm running low on some button heads. Whoa, why did that do that? Should not have done that. Those full through. Yeah. Let's go all the way through. That shouldn't have done that. Let's go manual. I think that's a bad heat set. Okay, I got away with it. I got away with it, but I think that heat set was bad. And I mean them all the time. You don't mean jokes when you say them? Of course I do. But I don't admit it. You're not supposed to admit it. That's the first rule of dad jokes. Okay. We are getting there. Oh, we get into the front now. This goes on here. Okay. That can probably go there. This goes on there. Pull more of this apart. Oops. Did chat freeze in OBS? Nope, it just popped up. I see it. What are you doing, Charlie? Oh, of course you are. Oh, we're just gonna have to... Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Did chat freeze at all? There's no more chatter. Okay, let me rinse off my hands. Just in case. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. There is just not scrolling. It's popping up for me. Google Pipes are chugging hard again. They're showing up for me. Are they showing up for you? Okay. Let's get back to unbuilding. Hey, zombie. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Charlie. There you go. Let's turn the heat back on for you. See, he's having a hard time even jumping up to there. Ooh, I put some long screws in there. Okay. I think I can pull these off. Did you building a set of mechanism wheels for building a dragster? I want to build one of those. I just haven't even thought about it. Haven't even thought to begin. At a fair, so see y'all tomorrow. See you, zombie. Thanks for stopping by. Shorty, put some wheels on that and let it go. Make a shorty dragster. Okay, so I so wish those were a little longer. I so wish they were, or maybe some heat sets in the top one. At least get one of them to be into a stronger piece. I think I have 10s here. Here, you know what? We haven't had a Dancing Max supervisor in a good long while. Let me go see if I can grab my other thing of flatheads. Give me just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Is this a Yuri dragster? Yuri is tall. This is long. I think Charlie in charge. Okay, I'm going with 16mm screws for these. That way they engage all the plastic. It'll stick through by a couple of millimeters, but that's okay. There's nothing it's going to interfere with there. Maybe I'll put some, just in case, since the battery might go in that area, I'll put some tape over them. Or maybe thread some nuts onto them. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Maybe I won't be able to get nuts onto them. Hey, Lutian. What are you doing, Charlie? You're eating. That's good. Losing 40 seconds in 10 minutes? That's weird. That's really weird. Oh, the car's at 54%. See you, Phil. Sorry, YouTube's not working great. There we go. Yeah, I'd probably countersink these a little bit, and then a 12mm will get full engagement, and they'll be even more under flush here, out of the way. The gap is widening. So for anybody who's voting, who's just wanting to, is thinking just boat or car, which is cooler, we're voting to see which I should build on stream next. Charlie's Angel stream. The mini rescue car or the new boat that just came out. We'll end up doing both, I'm sure, eventually. Okay, so that's there. That's... Are we ready to put this piece on? I think we are. Slides into there. Actually, I want to see what length of screws I should be using. These are right on. Yeah. 4 more votes per boat. Okay. This in here. I'm feeling a whole lot better about these panels, these body panels too. They don't feel like they're gonna break like the last ones I printed. Oops, where's that? that was not a good. That is a bad heat set. Darn it. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to fix that one. I might take a tap into that one to fix it. Let's skip it for now. I recycle my heat sets, and some of these were definitely recycled. What material is the car? So the body panels are PETG. The chassis is carbon fiber polycarbonate from Priline is the brand. I got it off of Amazon. The wheels are Hatchbox ABS. Body is PETG. Yep. This is about how long it is. Can I get it all on camera? There we go. I have used the Priline PC and PC CF. I have not been able to get the PC to print without extreme warping. The PC CF seems to work pretty well though. These uprights are the Priline PC CF. It needs to be dried though. I got some stringy, wet filament stringiness. Okay, then these are gonna go on here. Getting there. What is it? 2 hours in? Okay, let's pull all these off. So this sticks on top there with a magnet. So that can come off. All of these can come off. Can't beat on, makes for a good club. Maybe it would be interesting to see you testing a boat in your garage. If we do the boat, I'll set up some big storage container tub to at least spray some water. Okay, side panels. What's wrong with the sound? Is something wrong with the sound? Let's see. That's correct. That's correct. Nothing. It should be. Oh, did I? No, the filter should still be on. Sounds good to you? Yeah, filter's all good. Okay. So I still haven't fixed the scene issue where it will unmute one of my cameras when I go away from the Dancing Max thing. So that's why I was checking to make sure I hadn't forgotten that again. Sound okay? Okay. Let's go ahead. Leave that right there. Now this goes do we have here? How deep are these? These are that deep, which means I can fit my 16 millimeters. So I'm going to use 16s there. Those right here. My parts with the PC were small and printed on V0.2. That would make a difference. Okay, those are lots of threads on those. Cool. And then I think the top one gets a panel, right? Yeah, that goes on the panel. Now these side panels have a built-in support that should just pop off. In my experience, it's been a pretty decent. There we go. I'll have to use a little knife to get that little last bit. There we go. Well, it's not quite as clean as the last one, but it's still fine. Okay, and this slides up inside of there and bolts on there. But first, let's see if we can put some magnets in here. Is there any reason why I don't want to just attach these right now? I think we're okay just attaching them. Okay. I'm going to want to glue these because those went in pretty easy, but I'll glue them later. Make sure they're all going in the same way. There we go. And fine to attach them now. Awesome. Shy on the last ones that were stripped or cross threading, so I want to make sure these go in right. This one is a long screw. Go probably a 16. Oh, I guess it doesn't need to be 16. It can probably be 12. That's fine. It goes into a heat set. Is that a printed box for the Hodo? No, this is the kit that I bought. I bought the slightly more expensive one that came with a bunch of bits. It's a nice little storage box for it. Why is that? Is that the heat set in there? I must not have reached it. Hey, Bill Brothers. Make sure I'm not gonna. Yep, that'll work. There we go. We at a little over 2 hours. This is going to go in here. This panel goes on here. It's starting to get chilly in here. Turn off my AC. Okay. This. It is autumn now. Now it's wonderful. Aside from the daylight, rapidly losing evening daylight. I could stand to not do that. On mobile today. Well, you're here. That's all that counts, right? You gonna make it up to Rockland Maker Faire, Bill? That's not too terrible of a journey for you. I don't live in Norway. Yeah. Dark is here. Yeah. There we go. And one more. Planning on going to Rockland. Awesome. I will see you out there. Okay. Now we can start working on the drivetrain. Let's pull the old one apart. Scavenge all the pieces. Talk about the setup. I'm hoping I can get the outer tires off of these and transfer them to these other ones. There's no reason to reprint those, so they're the same material. Okay, all of those. That's away. And then long screws. Has anyone used the EBB 36 canvas board with RJ11 connectors on the Octopus Pro board in the can bridge mode? I have not. So there's a big change in the options of drivetrain on these. The setup I had here was for a belt driven setup, where there's a pulley here and the motor lays across here, and there's a belt that drives it. The new one is a spur and pinion gear setup. So let's get all of this apart. And let's see here. How did this thing come apart? It does that, and then this guy. Oh, is it gonna reach? Woo! Okay, so that's one wheel off. Does this work differently on the new ones? Okay, so one thing on my previous setup is, so I modeled a special inner wheel here. I actually drew all of this in CAD and modeled it. I wanted a uniform hex pattern here. Instead of, if you just do infill with no top and bottom layers, then your hexes are all still in a line. So this is actually concentric. The problem is two things. I use the high flow TPU from Polymaker, and that's a really stiff filament. I mean, look at that. And while I'm here, let's see if I can get this outer tire off. And then we can do a direct comparison. Awesome. This is going to come off. I'm going to be able to reuse it, I hope. Okay, so that's the outer tire, and it's much more flimsy. I think this is the TPU 90 from Polymaker, but this is the high flow stuff, and look how stiff that is. So I made two changes. Is right now every one of these ribs is 2 perimeters thick. So two changes. I printed this in TPU 90 instead of that high flow TPU, and every one is 1 perimeter-ish thick. So that's much more squishy. So now this should be able to go on here. Yeah, there we go. Now we got a tire. Huge difference. Now this is still, it's TPU, it's still slick. It's gonna spin out and slide around like crazy, but whatever. It's still gonna be fun. Okay, this is where the Hodo is going to shine. The tire, the inside, yes, that is my design. I can actually, here, let me see if I can pull up the CAD model for it. Hold on, where did I save those? So here's what I did to make that. Let's go here. So we don't need, I'll leave the Dragster open. So this, I made a cutter, for instance. I made this, which is the body that I'll subtract from the regular tires. And I did this with a drawing. And I just went through here and just messed with it until it looked cool, really. Oh, I'm sure the noise filter has all kinds of fun with the screwdriver. Yep, that's to be expected. Anyway, I drew this, revolved it around the center point, and just basically messed with it until it looked cool. Looked consistent. It spread evenly around the body. And then I made here, let's finish this. Basically, I extruded the entire thing as a body, and then for some reason I did that and that. Oh, I offset it. So I was offsetting the pieces because I only wanted to cut out of the center. And then I did thin extrude. This is in Fusion 360. This is what's called a thin extrude. It's up here. Oh, you can't really see that. Let me move this over here. It's there. Here's extrude. This is thin extrude. This allows you to pick just the lines. And then I told them how big. So I wanted my wall thickness to be 0.42 millimeters across the center. And that's what created this pattern. And then I generated the groove around the outside that the other tire fits into. And then in the main file, so the drive tires, I basically took and positioned here, let's see. I position the cutter. See, that's the, and then just did a combine with a cut. Basically a Boolean delete of the everything that wasn't the lines in there. How come you went for a negative sketch and not just create the lines straight from the sketch? Because I have an existing file here that I was modifying, and this also allows me to go in and change the width of those just by changing one value. So yeah, I can modify this as my tool. This is my delete tool, and I can change the widths, I can change the pattern, and then when I go over to the other one, I just update, and it's a new version of the wheel. I need a faster Hodo now. We might be here a while. Reinventing the wheel. I need a faster Hodo. Two. Derek, would you classify that as, oh, how did you learn CAD? Mostly on my own. Lots of YouTube videos for the little bits and pieces. Some help from a local friend who's a mechanical engineer who gave me some of the fundamental kind of kick-starting. I had a lot of messing around in SketchUp years ago. Michelin's airless tire uses kind of a zigzag spoke pattern. Yeah, and I saw a lot of people have done like spiral infill for it. Seems to look pretty cool and make it very soft. Okay, I don't need the center part. All I really need is the fasteners. So what I have here is the wheel as I modeled it. Now, in an attempt, because this is really ugly in here, in an attempt to make this print better, I had made sacrificial bridges across all of those holes. And, ooh, I need some, I need some heat gun action, I think. Sacrificial bridges across all those holes that I need to drill out now. That worked pretty well to clean up that spider webby stuff. So, I don't know if this is going to be easier. Biggest tip I've ever gotten for Fusion is to turn off auto constraints and prefs. So much easier and better workflow when doing that. No fighting to figure out what constraint is misbehaving. I don't know that I've ever ran with auto constraints on. I didn't even know that was an option. Okay, I'm going to try going through here. Yeah. Oh. The the driver loosened the chuck loosened on me from the brake. Let's try going tighter. Did I miss any? Okay, so all of those are basically through. Fortunately, these don't really care too much as long as I line this up. I probably should have gone the other way. Yeah, this should have been put on the other way. Reverse this. This is going to go on up like that. Then these go. The Hodo go. Hodo. There it is. That is slow. There it is. I wanted to be able to see it from the other side so I could put this on here and line it up well. Now let's see. Nice. Okay. So one is in, which means I should be able to get the other ones in with this. Can you add a pull down fan for added traction, or is that against the rules? That would be quite the fan. I don't know if it's worth the wait, John. You got to power it. You got to, all the stuff. Hey, 1 liter, Peter. Okay, so let's see if we can do this a little quicker. Perfect. I don't want to go too fast on these. I don't want to generate too much heat. You guys can hit me up for any CAD help. I'm an ME CAD design engineer for the past 40 years. Awesome. I'll remember to listen if you critique any of my stuff then. Step that drill down to speed 1. Yeah, it's fine right here. I've got an adjustable trigger. I got a calibrated trigger finger. There we go. One wheel. Way more soft than the other one. A lot of Fusion 360 and SolidWorks. Okay. There. So do I still use, are you still here, Scott? Do I still use this whole printed adapter thingy? I'm guessing I do. I'm guessing that goes right back on there. Let's pull this off of here. One wheel to rule them all. So it goes off of there. Bearing. The lock collar. Make RS out of here. Got to take a break and go buy some pig part. Throw on some, oh, nice. Be back before the end of the stream. Awesome. See you, Make RS. See you later. Did software years, then taught Lightburn for a couple of years. Oh, nice. I need to get on to learning the cam. Gotta get to learning the cam. Funny, Deanna. Okay. Time for a sandwich. I could use a sandwich. Working on Galileo 2. Does anyone want to know what crimp is used on the XT30 2+2 connector? I have not tried to crimp one of those. I've used pre-assembled ones for everything I've done so far. Banana and work Miracle Wick. We have quite a few AutoCAD and MicroStation users where I work. Anybody here that's in the business use MicroStation or ever heard of it? Galileo 2 stock gave nightmare flashback to the silicon shortage. Batch T can't hit source fast enough. Long time ago, like AutoCAD now, we use Revit. Yep, we have Revit as well. Okay, let's get some heat on this guy. go. MicroStation is mostly civil. Yes, they are very civil. I mean, the group I support is very civil centric as well. What do you do to use CAD? This. I use CAD exclusively in a hobby scenario. I do not, Derek. I don't use ERCF. I just haven't made the time to go through it and figure it out. I manage an IT service and support group. Okay, so that's going to go in there just like that. This one I had printed before without the sacrificial bridges, so I don't think I need to drill those out. .3D printing and CAD go hand in hand. Yes. Let's start all of these, I think. For a couple of reasons. One is they'll cool down by the time I get to the next one, hopefully. And I think that's the only real reason. I don't only do IT service and support. I do IT service and support for engineers. So that's a whole other thing. You talk to the engineers so the customers don't have to. I get that reference. They don't use Tekla. No. Nope. We have a whole structural engineering group. They use MicroStation. You print a tire balancer for those? Not a bad idea, but no. Okay, line this up with those. And get one of them going. Go. Stainless steel screws. Soft. Ouch, that one got hot. Is it cheating if you put some sticky wax on the tires at the race to improve traction? Yeah, no. Well, an early version of the rules, I didn't see them in there, was no traction compound. You still around, Scott? Is that still the case? What we should do, though, is at the track is just go get some real sugar soda or sugary soda and spray down the starting area like they do at real drag strips. Is there a PC you like that warps less than the Prusament? I've had a lot of luck with the Polymaker Polymax. I've been using that for years. I'm a tech services engineer. I have to talk to customers because customers today demand to talk to the engineers these days. Yeah. I'm not sure how I did. I ran across an online article some years ago. I found the docs. I'm holding the control key while sketching, but not the other. No traction formula. This is meant to be fun. Yep. But what about, in the interest of safety and more control of the cars, spraying down the track? Yeah, VHT, but cheap VHT. Coke. Real sugar Coke. Doesn't even have to be real sugar, just non-diet. Okay, tires are back together. There is instructions for grinding some flats in the shaft here. Now, I have a drive shaft that's shorter than what is recommended. Mine is 175 millimeters. I do have a 200 millimeter one here. Maybe I'll just use that one. I'll use that one because all the measurements are based on a 200 millimeter shaft. The 175 is fine? Okay, I'll use the 175 then. And here's why. It'll be slightly easier to fit in my bag. I just have to translate the measurements. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on here and we're gonna make some marks for grinding the drive shaft, grinding flats on it. So there is a, where is it? Gear drive. Where is that? Gear drive. And there's a direct drive rear axle. So this is a document that gives measurements. Which wheels did you print? The ones that use tapped flanges or the ones that have 3mm holes to bolt to the printed adapters? 3mm holes that bolt to the printed adapters. I'm just going to reuse these. So what I'm guessing is if this goes in here, my distance for the flat spot from the end is going to be about 15 millimeters. 15 millimeters instead of 20. So if I grab a marker, so if I go 15, so do a 5mm flat from the 15mm mark to the 20mm mark, I think I'll be fine, right? Give me just a minute. What is the actual shaft length again? My axle shaft is 175. So if I go 15 millimeters in from each side, and that's based on the distance from the set screw to the end of this is 15 millimeters, but I think this is probably a 5mm flange here. So if I go a 5mm flat spot starting at 15 and going to 20 millimeters, I think I'll be fine, right? So if I go here, I'll do a flat spot there. Here. So I do a flat spot there, and then on this side, do a flat spot there. Here, because then the axle will be right at the face, right at the flush on this side, on the inside of the wheel. Oops, there. Then that'll go right there. Yeah, that'll work. And I can make this maybe a little more than 5 millimeters of a flat spot. The bigger question is, it sounds like the flat spot for the center just basically starts at the center. So it starts at, this would be, what, 87.5 is the center. And then off to one side. Either side doesn't matter, I just have to install it correctly. So from the center off to one side. It's not in the center, but it starts in the center. See, this is a 200 millimeter axle, and the notch here starts at 100 and then goes 10 millimeters to one side. Starts in the center, goes off to the side. That'll work. Yep. Okay. So we get to make noise. Hopefully it's not too bad. If it's too bad, then I'll only do a shallow cut. Okay. Well, let me get my Dremel. Okay, so I am going to use my Dremel with the flex shaft here. And the flex shaft allows me to get over here parallel with the thing I'm cutting. It's a lot thinner than the body of the Dremel here. So let's go something like this. Here we go, that'll work. And I'm gonna change to a fresh fiber disc here. So, and then I'm just going to kind of scrape along the top. This isn't the proper use of this, but it works pretty well. I'm also going to grab my safety glasses. I'd make it from 75 to 87.5 from one end. That's pretty much exactly what I'm doing. So some safety glasses here. So let's find out. Let me know in chat if this is ridiculously loud. So I'm just gonna go here and I'm just gonna go straight across and I'm just gonna kind of grind this. I'm not gonna grind a big old flat. Charlie is not in the line of fire. This is going to spin that way. Okay. Okay, not in the line of fire, but just in case. Have enough weight on this? There we go. Now Charlie's protected. See? Shield. Charlie shield. How bad is that? Charlie's looking skeptic. Noise canceling is working great. Awesome. Doesn't seem too loud. Awesome. Okay. So, I mean, that's basically all I need for a flat spot. I just need a spot that I can drive the set screw into and it'll be fine. I'm going to give it a little bit more work, but... I'm using very little pressure. Just letting since this isn't the proper, this is absolutely not the proper method. This is a fiber wheel though, and I'm just barely scraping, just letting the weight of the tool basically. I'm gonna call that good. Yeah, I love these pan of ices. Really not a whole lot to it. Just a spot for the set screw to get on. That's my dental training. Okay. We've got that made. So if you're listening, the person who's asking about roles on Discord, there's a way in Discord to link your YouTube channel. Go into connections or something like that. Once you link your YouTube name to Discord, it will automatically assign you roles on my Discord. Oh boy, made all kinds of metal shavings. Oh. Kinds of dust. I mean, most of that was a grinding wheel, but a grinding disc. Okay. What is next? We're gonna put this thing together, right? So we have this, and what does this connect to? I need another one of these, huh? These flanges. Uh-oh. I might not have that, Scott. I need another one of these for this. Huh, because that goes there. And then I have to drill this out and tap it. Is that right? Hey, Dr. Dave, welcome. Uh-oh. Oh, I got one more. Woohoo! You still here, Scott? I'm thinking the intent is to drill these holes out and tap them so that you bolt this to this. Am I supposed to drill those holes out? Is that why you told me to order these drill bits and taps? Drill them 5 millimeters and tap them with the tap. Huh. Probably should have done this pre-stream. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I have a drill press. I have drill press. I have, okay, we're gonna do this. Let me make some room over here. Let me clean things up a little bit because I wasn't anticipating this. I should have, but I didn't. Give me just a moment. Got stuff in the way. Here's you want to talk about tool peddling. Let's get the camera over here. I'm going to temporarily switch to this camera. Did you order the parts as a kit? No, bits and pieces. I use a hand drill. Well, why use a hand drill when you've got, here, let's flip this around. Point it. When you've got, there we go, a Nova drill press. Look at this. One of the advantages of using the hand drills are pretty. This is prettier. Get the peel time. Oh yeah, I haven't peeled that. That's true. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Loosen this up, raise this. That's probably, yep, that'll work. Okay, and let's turn this on. Too sophisticated for us simpletons? Okay, let's see. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to safely do this. Do I have one of those? No. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try holding these, because I'm not gonna try to hold this any other way. Try holding these with the pliers. Now, the neat thing about, I don't have a good drill press vise right now. Here, let's do this. I don't know if we'll actually be able to see the setup there, but it does have, I can go into the menu and I can do the speed chart and a twist bit that is less than 1/4 inch, and I'm going into steel. So it'll tell me what speed to run it at. So let's see here. Let's see if I can get a good on. I'm going to try something different here. I would have put it in a vise too, Maurice. I don't have one right now. I threw away the junky one I was using because it was worse. But the nice thing about this is these are almost to size, so I'm not really putting any pressure on here. You see, these Knipex pliers give me a lot of grip. Knipex. Yes, a vise would be better. Did I miss any? Look how little drama that was. Very little drama. Okay, this and my handy dandy deeper tool, which I won't be able to hit the other side, but that's okay. Okay. That was, I bought that drill press probably over 2 years ago. I've had that since before I've been streaming. Oh, the bores are fine. I'm gonna tap them here next anyway. Do I have a tap wrench handy? I might have to go to the other garage to grab that. Yeah. I have to grab it from the other garage. I'll be right back. Should look into the Wallstrom float lock vise for the drill press. Yes, send me that name, Bill. I'm looking for a good drill press vise. I need one really badly. As you just saw, I wish I had one. Power tap with the drill. Let's try it. Let's see. Let's find out. See how bad of an idea this is. Get this in here. Make sure this is square. Good call. That was no drama. This nice spiral flute tap helps too. Good call. See you, the GPs. Just don't use an impact driver. Yeah. That was a great idea. I don't gravitate towards power tapping. I'm always afraid of it. But that's it. I got a mess to clean up. Good call. Yep. So that's good. Okay. Now, it's probably where these guys come in. now I've got the so that goes on there, and then these socket head cap screws go in here. Am I missing anything here, Scott? Or are we? I think I'm going to want to put this on here to center that, to make sure that stays centered to each other. I don't know if Polymaker Tough PC is a replacement for Polymax PC. Oh, good call. I don't know. Okay, what driver? Is that this guy? Yep. Nope, that is it. Very simple. That's what I was going for. Awesome. I did not get one of those taps straight. Oh well. One of them went off on an angle. Thin part. Doing it on camera. It'll be fine. Okay, so now, in terms of doing all kinds of stuff I don't normally do on stream, grinding and drilling and tapping. So I'm imagining, that I know this goes here, which means that offsets this way. Yeah, I'm looking for where that flat spot would offset in the thing. So let's put that on. Hey, you 3DP. Okay, I'm just gonna set this on here. It's not permanent. Okay, so this goes here, and there's no collet spacer there. Probably one here, and then a bearing. And then probably one here. And then center all of that. Oops, there we go. It's funny, William. Scott, do these have the countersink here just as a, in case you don't use a wing? Because doesn't the wing sandwich all of this together? Shouldn't this go like this? I'm guessing. Oh, and one on the outside on this side. Okay. Okay. Those go there. These go here. Let's measure this for evenness. I also have a set without the countersink holes. I see. That's fine. No problem. So this is going to be, that's about, what was that? Oh, okay. I got your message there, Bill. I'm guessing that you folks hear the Discord notification now. Is that right? It's about 49. Oops, shoot. 48. And there we go. Okay, that is centered. I can go there. So that goes there. That one goes there. There we go. Woohoo. Also, for the Trident 10mm drill jig for blind joints, is the intent to do a hole with a smaller drill bit followed by a 4mm bit to widen? That's what I usually do, Thunder Keys. Either one will work fine. The heat set in the bottom of the chassis may need to be pushed a little deeper to catch. I might have mismeasured. You're going to want to install the motor first or you won't be able to reach the screws or put the pinion on. Oh, good call. Thank you. So this can just lift off of here and then the motor needs to go in there. Okay, motors. I have a selection of motors. I have very old school 6.5 turn Novak, censored, brushless. Probably not going to use this one. I found this one. I thought it would be neat to pull out. I have a Reedy 17.5 turn spec motor. That's probably the slowest brushless motor I have. And then I have this Hobby Star 13.5 turn, which is I think what I'm going to use because it's the coolest looking one and it's right in the middle there. Well, it's closer to the 17.5 than the 6.5, but that Novak is really old. But just a note here, you put a pinion on one of these, especially a big pinion like this. This is a great fidget toy. It has the detent to the magnets is very strong on this. You can kind of see, I don't know if it shows up. See the oscillation catching the detent to the magnets. This is, if I wasn't putting this on here, this would sit at my desk being a fidget toy. Axial flux motor on each wheel. This is old school RC. On brushed motors, James, the turns indicates how many coils of wire are around the stator in the motor. I believe, but I'm not sure, someone should correct me, that they try to do an equivalent. This is like 13.5 turn equivalent brushless. I don't think it actually counts the turns on the, what is it, the magneto on these then? The stator's a magnet. I could be mismatching terms and I could be off there, but it's been a while. Where is that driver? There it is. Brushless just tries to make an approximate turn count. Yeah. Yeah, this is a nice hard anodized 48 pitch, 30 tooth pinion gear there too. Okay, so we have this thing. This is all brand new to me. I have no idea what I'm doing. I bought the gear reduction gearbox here. There's a gear reduction here, and it actually came with a brushed motor as well in the kit. 55 turn brushed motor, but we're not going to use that. We have a gear reduction set here that is sealed in plastic. Hey, Tuxedo. So this is a little planetary gearbox. You can see the 3 planetary gears in there. Hey, Manuel. Brushed is measured in turns. Brushless is kV. Yeah. I don't know what these are supposed to be. In the hobby RC racing scene, they're all gone by turns. But this also has a kV value to it. I don't know what it is. Okay, so this thing goes here. There is a sun gear. It goes on here. And then this is going to stick in here. Now, depending on the length of this stuff, there may need to be a spacer. And it looks like I might be able to get away with the smallest spacer here, because it was almost fitting without rubbing the end of here on the inside of this gearbox. Oh, Uncle Jesse is having some fun. I met him at ERRF last year. I'm wondering if he'll be there again this year. Okay, so I'm going to put that basically to the end. I'm going to put that to the end of the motor here, and I don't know what these shims are for. Maybe for the end here. There we go. I'm going to put some Loctite on this because I only want to do this once. Yeah, the small spacer I think is what I'm going to be able to get away with though. Okay, so I want that almost to the end, maybe all the way to the end. You eating, Charlie? That's good. Okay, all the way to the end. And there's 2. What time is it? 1:20. Okay. Okay, so that's tight. And this, oh, well, that doesn't line up. I've got a problem. I've got a problem with my plan. I've got a problem with my plan. This gearbox doesn't line up with the mounting pattern on my motor. Oh, will it? Maybe it will. Maybe it'll line up with 2 of them. So that should go there. CAD adapter plate. It's not really 3 holes. It's three pairs. They do appear to be straight across from each other though. So I think it's okay. They are on the right. They are on the correct spacing. So I think it's okay. How does this actually mount? Oh, this plate has to come off, huh? Okay, so a plate has to come off, so this has to come apart. So let's pull this back plate off. See you, John. So this plate comes off. Yep. We're on the same page there, Scott. want to lose any of these. So, oop, and I'd lose that. Okay, so now there's 2 mounting screws there, I see. So that goes like there, and that goes like that. And then I need whatever length of screw. Let's see, I'm gonna use non-stainless screws here. I need a longer screw than that. I need a 10 millimeter, it looks like. Okay. That through there, that through there, that through there, and then these into yeah, I think this is going to work. Yep, and that turns smoothly. Now when this goes into there, I feel like this probably needs to stick out a little further than that. I don't think that's going to fully engage the planetary gears, so I'm going to tweak this a little bit. Yeah, it didn't make sense for me for a second there, 1 liter Peter either. I'm just going to call you Peter. I'll try to remember anyway. This is the first time I've messed with one of these gearboxes. Send that just a little bit. Welcome back, Mick. Yeah, that's sticking out a bit more. My wife's home. Okay, so this spacer goes back on here. And then this goes onto there. There we go. These, let's throw it in. Yep. This gearbox I got off of Amazon. It's in the BOM for this setup. Now that I do this, I think I'm binding up the end of that gear. Now that I've gotten it this far, I think I need to pull it back apart because I think I'm about 1/2 millimeter of clearance issues. So. Yeah, I think I've got that. I pulled the pinion gear out thinking that it wasn't going to engage as much. And now I think that was a mistake and I need to put it back on. Oh, shoot. Well, that was fun. Okay, well, let's check out what this planetary gearbox looks like in here. That's what it looks like. Here, let's pull those out. Okay, that's going to go right like that. This is the little gear, so then pull this off again. Doesn't need a spacer like the Death Racer. Yep, that's what I've got here. That's that green. That green piece is the spacer. It's enough of a spacer, I think. I think my problem is I moved this, the sun gear out too far. If it's not enough of a spacer, I've got another one I can put on. So I'm going to put that once again just flush with the end of the the motor shaft. Oh, hey Scott, what's the recommendation on here? Should I put some lube in here? It's probably not a bad idea. It's probably not a bad idea. I think it's bad. That's a good idea. I'm not going to put a lot. I'm going to just get some around the planetary gears here. And maybe around the... That'll work its way around there. Put a little EP3 in mine. EP3 would probably be a good idea, but I've got this super lube right here. I think it'll be fine too. Yeah, and that already, just that little bit. Just that little bit seems to have already distributed in there pretty good. Okay. So that's there. That's there. This goes back on here. This goes on here. Basically any lube, it's metal to metal in there. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, and just let this kind of center itself up. There's a spacer, or a shield, I guess is more appropriate. It's right there. There we go. Now there's there it is. Leave a bit of play, your bearings will be happier. Yes. It's good to see Vector 3D back streaming in. Yeah, for sure. I was glad to catch some of that. I caught the very, very end of the reassembly of that A1. It is already 3.5 hours. Let's see how these... So now as a test, since I can't really grab onto this effectively, I'm going to grab one of the flanges that we're going to end up screwing onto here. Do I use these shims at all, Scott? These shims that the gearbox came with? Should I use those anywhere? Okay, so now I'm going to take this guy and extra grub screw. And the grub screw. I don't use them. Okay. This guy and a grub screw. Put this on here to the... Oh, there's the flat spot. There we go. It's tight. Put that there just for now, and then... Okay, just making sure I can turn this freely. I was just checking to see if I could turn it, Scott. I wanted to make sure that I had this assembly. Nothing was binding up. that it turns freely. Yep. Okay. Now, this guy gets the pinion gear that we had put heat sets in before. I think this just goes straight on there and little M3 button heads. M3 by 6. There we go. Gearbox makes the cogging of a brushless motor pronounced. This one is pretty. The cogging on this one is, this particular brushless motor is extreme all on its own. Yeah, this is one of the more pronounced cogging motors I've ever had. Okay, so that goes on there. Then this is going to bolt into here. What size screws are we going to want? Looks like that's going to work. Although I think I'm going to use M3 by 6s. I'll just use these. All of the black parts are carbon fiber polycarbonate. What is that? Ah. Let's do some more fitting here. There we go. Oh. Why am I not able to? Well, that's interesting. This doesn't match. Maybe is it a different pattern on here? It is. It goes only one way. Okay. Well, that's kind of a bummer. I should have rotated. I might change up how this rotates. There's a different pattern. This gearbox only goes on one way. Just so everybody's aware. Where are you? There it is. Hey, Smokin' Joe. I'm going to take that apart so I can probably adjust what direction those wires sit. Maybe. I don't know. It might be better how it is. Ever since you and Pooch mentioned the Phaetus glass fiber filament, I've been printing a lot with it. It is beautiful stuff. When on the detail stuff where it gets a really critical for tolerances, like in the Stealth Burner Clockwork 2 stuff, I had trouble with it, but a little bit of filing worked. Cleaning it up. The texture is extreme. Okay, so that's there. That's in there, and then this is going to go on here. The flat spot. I need to bring, there we are. Ah, now I can't get to that. There we go. Now the flat spot's right there. Okay. So that goes there. And that's going to go on to whatever degree that needs to. And this is going to go in here. That's going to go. That's too far. Let's push. There we go. Push on there more. This adjustment, the pinion gear needs to adjust in or out depending on to get your gear mesh. But I'll do that here in a minute. That's probably pretty good right there, actually. What's the print temp for that filament? I think I was printing it at 275. Are you talking about the Fadus glass fiber or this filament in the... Okay, so there we are. Oh, you got a combination of that and this that's going to impact your gear lash. That's probably pretty good right there. Okay. So now let's see if we can get a... Does this go to the outside or the inside? Dragster. Okay, those go to the inside. Just the wing stays. So those go like that. And let's see if we've got enough. Clean out some filament goobers. See if we've got enough length with these 50mm fasteners. Looks like it, just barely. Hey, Kudrith. There's one. Now break out your plastic gauge to measure your tooth mesh. Yes. We're using plastic gauge to measure main bearing clearances. Oops. Oops. There we go. Okay, that goes there. I've done more than a few full engine rebuilds in my time. That one's going to have to go in. I'm going to have to push those. Yeah, I can't reach that one. I'm going to have to push the heat sets in a little further. That'll do for that for right now. Feels correct. Okay. These guys go on here with 5mm. I'm going to put 5mm to the outside. I was off a little on those. Just a little bit. Hey, that's exactly 5mm. I got it right. Okay, this one goes on. Let's see. Hey, I'm really good. I got exactly 5 millimeters on both of them. Okay. Okay, so then this guy is going to go right there. That makes that flush. Which one? You want that set. Right like that. Yeah, I still use the glasses. These are only 2 times. I used to use 5 times magnifiers when I wanted up close stuff. It's still handy to have the 2 times for up close stuff now. I can see so much better, and I can read chat. I can read my phone. I'm absolutely loving having contacts. And Scott, I think I'm basically at the point where I'm going to need to actually register to be part of the event here now, because I'm feeling good. Hey, Kevin. Now I'm going to end up, like I said, I'm going to end up checking this at the airport, checked baggage, to take it. So that'll give me a few days to polish up some stuff I need to finish, like actually wiring it up. Yeah. Yeah, but I think I'll have it actually running here before I even leave. But I'm really close. Let's get some wheels. Some front wheels. Get it, make it at least a rolling chassis. Ship it early like the Trident. Really short flat heads for this. I think I'm going to go a little longer. Tri-bent. It's tri-bent. Trident just doesn't sound different enough. I mean, it absolutely makes sense. It's just doesn't say it. Did they ever find? Oh yeah, I have it here. I haven't touched it. We unbuilt it. Last summer. I have it in the back of my head without any promises or anything to try to have it ready for Rocky Mountain. So many lessons learned. Many of them on my side. Many of them on my side. This is a nice little simple wheel design here, Scott. This does not have to be overcomplicated, which is good. Is it 148? Okay, I've got these two, but I think I forgot to print the washer, so I'm just going to use these parts that I already have here. So this and this, and then this goes into here. Scotch rapid design skills. This is definitely the definition of rapid design. There we go. Woohoo! Learn from your mistakes. You have to be willing to do something and make those mistakes. Yep. Can't learn from a mistake if you don't put yourself in an opportunity to make a mistake. Okay. We have rolling chassis. We've got some. Where's my deburring tool? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna do some deburring on this because I did use a brim on this thing. Awesome. Okay, this guy goes on the front here. Whoop. Got a little bit of goobers in here, Scott. You got to use your sacrificial bridge or the cross bridge method for these holes. Let's see what. Favorite saying lately is experience is what you get right after you F something up. Yeah. Does that? I think I've got too long of a screw here. I think way too long of a screw here. That's okay. These small screws, you tend to be able to get away with it. It's just a lot cleaner. The other way. Let's try this one. There we go. What length are these? It's probably good enough. Nope, too long. Power tap. It's these. That might be a little short. Let's find out. Nope, that worked. There we go. Look at this thing. Jeez. I like the colors though. From what I saw at Murph, the steering was pretty sketchy. How aggressive is that wing? Not. We'll see how fast this is with that motor. Okay, last thing, just to make it a full, well, not last thing. I gotta put the magnets on here. I did a filament swap print here to give a clear window. Good luck, exactly. Let's put these on here. Sure. And then my fix pliers. Oh, those are definitely going to need glue. But this will get the thing on there for now. That goes there. Yep, lost one. That's okay. I'll get that sorted out later. And the last thing to go on, which I did big fat modeled in or Prusa slicer ears here. Let's see if I can pull this off. Went from an idea on chat to running in less than 8 days. Yeah, that's incredible. Super brim. I felt I needed it. I felt I needed it. Okay, now where did here we are. Clean that up. Deburr tool is so useful. Yeah, super thin, because this prints like that. And having that made it so it didn't warp at all. The front warped a little bit, but... Okay, so these are button heads of about yay long. Okay. So I need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. You've built a complete dragster in the time it took me to assemble 4 wheels. Oh, 4 wheels for that other thing. Okay. To finish up electronics, but that won't take all that long. I just don't have enough time to do it on stream, unfortunately. We're going to wrap this up here in a few minutes. But at least we'll get a look at the whole thing basically completed. 80 bearings, 80 tiny washers, 40 pins, 40 rollers. What's the cost to build one of those? What's the cost to build one of those? I like the blue and lime. Blue and lime is working for me. Way too much. Close to $500 without the radio? Woo! Okay, maybe I won't. Woo! Do you mean for it? I mean, the CAD has it. That's a lot of positive camber. Is that normal? Anyway, what do you think? I don't know that I can effectively. Here we are. The perspective shot on that. Okay, so battery fits under here. Radio and ESC goes back there. I think we're good. Keep them straight on the track. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm happy. That's interesting. Once you get past the cogging, it moves so smooth. So, cogging, and then it breaks. What do you have any idea what the top speed of one of these is? Okay, so now my plan is to unbolt it here and hopefully fit both halves. Take the wings off, probably wrap the front end in a lot of bubble wrap. I'm gonna print a whole new set of parts for that front end and probably print some extra wing uprights. 30 miles an hour. I'm reminded of fast mat's car. You want to gear it and how fast you can control it. Yeah. I got to do the electronics. Here's the, let me open this guy up. Look at this. It is 2. I got 3 o'clock appointment to pick up my phone. Faster in free fall. So head to the local Walmart parking lot at midnight and see if you can get some pink slips. Let's see. This is the Hobby Wing Quick Run. Been pretty impressed with Hobby Wing stuff. I have some of their race stuff in my other cars. Ship that in a hard case or will it break? I'm going to put this in a duffel bag and check it on the plane. I'm going to wrap it. I have a lot of bubble wrap. I'm going to take the wing off. I'm going to have a container of extra fasteners and a few extra printed parts. And yeah, I'm just make sure I'm not shipping it with the battery. Battery has to go get carry on with me. But yeah, little fan, little sensor port. Did it come with a sensor wire? It did not. It did not. Ooh, I know I have them. I'll grab one from one of the other cars if I need to. But this is going to set probably right in where the driver would be. Right in there. And then the wires, the battery wires will go forward and the battery will just tuck right here. And these guys, I will probably run them underneath the motor and then come around and solder onto the side. And then the receiver will set, I'll probably set this up here and just leave the antenna like that. receiver right there. The battery, I think, is small enough it'll fit between. It'll probably just set in there between the speed control and the receiver, and that'll kind of hold them together. I think that's my plan. The front wheels look pretty neutral. It's hard to tell, but they look pretty neutral. You said towed in, okay. Taking his leg out with one of these at Murphy's. Okay, what are we at? We are at 4 hours, so I think we're gonna call it. I'm a little sad that we didn't actually make it run, but I just don't have time. But we did go through a lot of the assembly, which was fun. Yeah. Very cool. Tomorrow we will be on the V0, the Rep firmware and Bowden V0. And, oh, what happened to, there we are, Charlie. I have a very little bit of toe in. It's extremely quick to print slightly longer linkages and add toe into it. Yeah. Yeah, and mine might not have as much any toe in, or at least not visible, because of the angle I have the stuff at. Yeah. Yeah. V0 tomorrow. And no stream, obviously, next weekend. I'll be at ERRF. So if you're going to be there, find me, say hi. Otherwise, I'll see everyone tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks everybody who for being members. Huge thanks. It's an awesome community we've built here. So much appreciated. So we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Bye.